everybody. We're going to be back and playing some amazing DayZ. Now, I'm going to move my mic a little bit because I realize it's a little bit far from my mouth. Oh, I think that's better, right? Okay, cool. So, we were playing on Karma Crew not too long ago, probably like 2 days ago, and we were actually having a lot of fun. Now, I do bring this up because, why not? I like to know when other people are having fun. So it's really cool to hear when. You know what? I did not know where I'm going with that. I'm silly. We're going to be playing DayZ on Karma Crew. There's a lot of people here. I think there is 100 people on this server. So we're definitely going to get a lot of interactions, and I'm hoping to try to make the interactions fun, or maybe I can ambush some people. Either way, let me go ahead and finish posting on all of the socials and see if we get some new friends today, or if we just exist. Okay, so there we go. All right, cool. So I think we are ready. All right. Hoping you guys can hear it. Yep, cool. Let me see if I can there we go. Got some beautiful audio. I'm going to double check my thing real quick. All right, there we go. My audio is going through. Let's have some fun. All right. So, all right. I think I know where I'm at. I did kind of want to go and check out the church, but we're gonna put this on our back, and we're gonna actually fill the entire cooking pot up. The cooking pot holds 2 bottles of water, by the way. Just something that you folks should keep in mind. So while it is a very handy thing to carry, it also doesn't carry a lot more than a bottle. So if you have the ability to, like a canteen, and you have a belt, you can also carry a small bottle of water, and you have the equivalent of, yeah. I found this naval jacket, a wool jacket on here, and I'm really excited to have it, but I was thinking about switching for that, that hunter's jacket. Now, I don't think there's any fruit spawning on Karma Crew. I don't think that happens at all anymore. I'm not sure if it's just because of the season, but oh, look at, we got ourselves a hip bag. Look at that. Let's see, I can put the canteen there, and I have some ammo for a CZ527. All right. This is one of the other problems with kind of looting these houses so close to the coast, is you never really know who's been here or who hasn't been here, right? So, definitely a interesting take on the situation. Let me go ahead and do something real quick. Boo-boo. Give me a second. You know what? I don't have to do that, actually. Okay. So, let's go ahead and open this back up and get to being awesome. All right. So, there are a couple of zombies here. Let me see if I have a blade. I do not. So, we're going to have to, there's sometimes a weapon inside of these churches, because this church is definitely from Livonia. But I don't want to be caught by one of the infected. I don't want people to know I'm here, right? So, that's why I've more or less trying to tiptoe around the area. Uh, you know, this hammer, actually, I think we're going to take it. I know I have a sledgehammer, but the little hammer can actually break off small stones because there aren't small stones, as far as I know, on Karma Group. Or if there are, I just have yet to find them. This might be a church that I can't enter anywhere besides the front, or maybe I can't enter it at all. Oh yeah, I can enter it. Alright. I was wearing that earlier. These hoodies are cool. I just need to, one day not have a good enough, item. Okay, let's see here. A pink raincoat. Nothing else. Yeah, you can see how, like, good this is, because look at that. We have the castle there, and we have this open. Like, if somebody was looking down upon the plains here, and I was looking down that way, we would have some really good coverage of, a little bit of lag there for me. Let me go ahead and double check that that wasn't me. No, it wasn't me. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and run down. Run down like a clown. Anything else maybe I'm missing here? No. You know, I did realize yesterday when I was trying to get some footage that my camera movement is incredibly jarring. Give me a second. Sorry about that. My wife got me this on air sign. Um and it's pretty nice. As you can imagine. So like it's a box that's that has a front panel um live for on air, and I have a switch that I can flick, and it illuminates the on air thing. And because my wife hates any kind of lights in the hall, it is a very, very clear, like, easy to read or easy to see. I'm streaming or I'm video recording, and then she can just message me, and I'll take a look at the message. I don't know if you folks have ever done a lot of audio recording for just basic video stuff. It's really kind of like, it's not bad. I'm not going to say that, but it is kind of interesting how much you I'm sorry, just give me a second. Huh. All right. Ooh, food. There we go. Cat food too. That's gonna be good. But it is interesting how when you start recording, you more or less are like cringing at your own voice a lot, going, "Oh man, I stumbled here. Oh man, I did this wrong." Oh, we got a weapon and we got a gun. Cool. Put that there. That's why sometimes, folks, if you pick up a gun, it's always good to rack it back and prepare it, right? Because if you don't, well, yeah. My dog's barking. Alright, so now that I'm like maybe a little bit out of town, maybe I can stop and start drinking this. I'm like chugging from a from a cooking pot as I'm running. The irony is not lost on me. The irony is not lost on me. All right, let us go. Let us go. Just a second, making sure that my stream is public. Kind of worried it's not. Yep, that's good. All right, let us keep going. So it is really nice that we now have a weapon. We're back to being cold, which is unfortunate. But that's okay. The heat pack's dead. We don't need it anymore. I do think I'm gonna unbox these, guns real quick. And then, I think we're going to fill this up while we're, taking a breather. So this is a 20-round APS mag. Okay, well, that's really nice. I don't know how it shoots or how well it does, but yeah. I don't know how well it does, but I'm gonna make sure I try it. So, they have this, looking through, your inventory animation. So me carrying my gun, to, like, trick people if they try to come and take me out, is just more or less stupid. A little bit confused where I'm at exactly. I don't know if that's the Krasnostar Castle, or if that is not. Wish I'd found a rangefinder by now, but I haven't. Alright, so it's a pretty low hill. Well, let's go ahead and, like, head that way. Because I, honestly, am, okay, there's the ruined town. So, yeah, that must be, that might be the coastal place. Okay, so the sun's that way, kind of. So this must be, yeah. Hey, how are you doing? How are you doing? Thank you very much for the like. Okay. So, yeah, I think I'm going north. It's kind of funny. But, yeah. Okay, yeah. Because there's the church. And we're coming at it from not a large, field. Well, we kind of are, but you know what I mean. So, yeah. We got the, moves. We got a weapon, finally. I think that was, not sure if that was the, yeah, it's a little bit of game lag. Okay. Okay, so the ruined town is up there. You know what's kind of funny about the ruined town? Is that not a lot of people go there, and I don't think a lot of people actually even know about it, because it's in such a, it's not in a weird location or a bad location. It's just I don't think there's a road that goes there, so like it doesn't really like ever lend people to go there. Or maybe I'm talking out my butt. I'm not sure. When we get there, we can look. If I don't get taken care of first. So it's funny. My cat, Bailey, is been really, really trying to be sweet. She'll sit on my hand, my mouse hand. She'll sit on, right in front of me and all that kind of stuff. But she gets mad at me if I move my mouse too much or, like, I'm, like, trying to type on my keyboard, etc., etc. So she attacks me, which sucks. So I thought maybe she just didn't feel like she had her own space, while still feeling close to me. So I brought her a cat tree, because we used to have a lot of quite a few cats. Our roommates had, like, I think 4, and we had 2. Well, actually 3. Unfortunately, the oldest one passed away, so we only had 2 left. But so we had cat trees kind of throughout the house just to make sure that, like, there was places for them to go away from the dogs. But yeah, so I brought the cat tree for her. Too much context, right? And she liked the cat tree. She didn't bother me for a couple of days, really nice. And now I think that she's used to the cat tree. And over the phase, she's starting to come back and sit on my hand and, that kind of stuff. And I was just like, I just want to play and work on my stuff. Okay. So this is a hiking trail. I think we're coming close to the burnt out place. Or maybe I already passed it. I think I already passed it. Well, there's a little metal shed over there. Let's go ahead and run over there. Trying to keep my ears open the best I can to any sounds and stuff. I don't want to get ambushed. Sometimes people can just wait for hours and hours and hours to see somebody do something. There's a truck battery there. I don't need it, but it's cool it's there. Oh, there, yep, we went a little bit past it, but that's okay. Now, sometimes there's small items here, not a lot of, like, important items, but, worthwhile. Actually, I know what I should do. Oh, did I not pick up the hammer? I thought I did. Am I just crazy? Huh. Well, that was my mistake. That's okay. And I wish that there was the animation of swinging the sledgehammer on this, but there's not. All right, honestly, we're going to keep all 3 of these because you can't, as far as I have found, you can't find stones on the trails or on the train tracks. It might be that I'm just not finding them, and they are. Like, maybe they're more rare in this server. But regardless, I'm going to keep 3 on me because stone knives are amazing. They are really, really good to have on hand. It's actually one of the few things that I really tell people is right away is go find a small stone, and if there's a boulder nearby, go craft a stone knife. If there's not a boulder nearby, you need to find one other small stone. Now, I know a lot of people think, oh, well, once I get a real knife, blah, 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 I won't need the small stone in my inventory anymore. But yes, on like maybe paper, that seems like a logical choice. In reality, on Zomboid, it's not really the case there. Because Zomboid is, I mean, wow, did I just call this game Zomboid? What the heck am I talking about? Why should I listen to this guy's information? He can't even discern the 2 games. I'm like, yeah, it's actually a good point. But either way, knives can only be repaired with sharpening stones. Which makes your knife incredibly, the only source of actually cutting things. Now, you can, of course, oh, I messed up. And plus, you can look like you're actually about to do fisticuffs if you're doing it quickly, and they won't know you actually have a knife. The stone knife does cut, by the way, like cause bleeding sources. But yeah, this is the burnt out town. I don't see many people actually come here or even build here, to be honest. I think it's a really cool place. I'm not gonna lie about that. I really like this place. Like, it's fun, it's nice, and it's fun because it's just like kind of like this weird hidden gem of Shanaris. It's actually one thing I feel kind of sucks for the devs and maybe other people who add to the map is that Shanaris has been around for so long that the new remapped areas, let's say the new town that was completely redone from the ground up on the on the East Coast, just below Berezino a little ways, south of Berezino a little bit ways. That was really cool. You can actually make this is actually a fire pit. So if you ever need to get warm, that's also a good choice. Like you can literally build a house around that, by the way, like fences and gates. But so that was made. Same thing here too, and it was really cool. But then it kind of just became, well, never mind. Where I feel like new maps, like even the Frostline map, I gave up trying to say its name because I never could, so I'm just gonna call it the Frostline map. It was there's a lot of attention to that. Every time they do a major update, the attention for that is long lasting. And I feel like with Shanaris, they reworked the entire airfield. Everybody was so hyped about it. And mind you, I know that was quite a while ago, like really a long time ago. Nobody cares anymore. You know, like it isn't like a, oh yeah, they remapped the new the whole airfield, and you know, I really think that it's best. It's just not talked about anymore. I know, I know how it sounds, but I do. I've always liked the idea that like these big things that change are well, like appreciated by the community for longer terms. Because everyone was really, really saying we want the old Northwest Airfield back. And, you know, eventually they redid it. They didn't give everything back to us, but they did make it a really good, a good place. Now, I don't know a lot of people who talk about PvP at Northwest at all anymore, but, I don't know. It might be a fun kind of question to ask. Maybe I'll do a little poll on, here, asking people if, the Northwest Airfield, rework, has made them love Northwest Airfield. I actually had fun doing a, a poll on, this YouTube account asking if the mag of a weapon affects the jam chance of a weapon. And we got quite a few people, I think, saying yes. I think it was like 70% or something. Let me see here. I'm just going to quickly go look at that. There we go. So yeah, 73% said yes, that is true. 7% said false, and 20% said only weapons condition affects chance. And it was kind of interesting to see, like, I only got like 15 votes out of this, by the way, answers, by the way. So, like, I could be really, really, really wrong, but still, it is something kind of cool to think about, like, how people perceive certain items. Because, like, if you're a major PvPer, that's actually probably a nice thing to know, because you can use your gun cleaning kit to repair your mag, but if you never repair your mag and only make your gun to the warden state, it may have a higher chance of jamming because of the mag being in a poor state. Grain silo. Alright. Alright. Oh, there's a rangefinder. That's exactly what I wanted. I love rangefinders. I love them because they are, I think, pretty much only like 0.5 times less looking distance than binos. Now, that may have changed since they reworked it, but I think it's still that way. Be something for me to look up later. The other reason why I like the rangefinder is when I have a battery in it, I can immediately see the range, how far I am from something. But also, I can use it just as a binos. And then the third reason why I prefer to pull out a rangefinder instead of looking through the scope of my gun is because that sways a lot and everything else, and like it's very apparent that you have to like try to steady it, which means you're trying to like compensate for it, or you're holding your breath and the stamina is happening. But with the rangefinder, it just stays solid. Now, you could say you can put your scope in your hand and have the same effect, and you would not be wrong. Yeah, you would not be wrong. You can put a gun scope on your weapon. Oh, you put a gun scope in your hands, and that is useful as a scope, a thing. And you know that's really cool, especially like if you have a way higher range weapon. That is pretty darn useful. However, those scopes oftentimes take up more inventory space, and they also make it so you have to reattach it to the gun. Now, I found out yesterday. This might be a cool way to do this, by the way. So, making kind of me preferring the rangefinder may have changed. So, you can take attachments off your gun by just hotbarring the attachment from your gun. So, like, me complaining for, about, oh, yeah, I don't want to do this kind of stuff because of these reasons. I don't have a way to do a good example here. Yeah, when I get a gun and it has like an attachment I can put on it, I'll show you folks. But yeah, when the gun is even on your back, I found that you can pull the attachments off of it, and they will go back on it when you do that. All right. So let us keep going and doing awesome stuff. I might put up that. I might actually set up my replay buffer. Just so I can like easily have access to it. All right. I need to find a gun, and I need to probably eat this food before I like lose my chance to. Yeah, when I was playing on, I think Karma Crew last, I was trying to make a fire, and this guy out of nowhere in a blue shirt appeared and just punched me, and then disappeared. Well, like I stood back a bit, ready to fight him, and there's a lot of shots over that way. Okay, and then he decided to run away. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. That was kind of weird. Maybe you saw I was a little bit more geared than him, so he didn't want to take the chance. I don't know. I do not know. Okay. A lot of me walking through the forest. I know. It's kind of crazy. Don't worry about it. Oh, yeah, I can gather sticks, long sticks from that. That's nice. Oh, also, if you combine a stone knife with a long stick, you make yourself a stone spear, which, believe it or not, can be very handy. I still prefer the pickaxe, but when it comes to crafted items, I like the stone spear. The bone spear is pretty cool too, honestly. You know, I think the only reason why I never make a lot of improvised spears or crafted spears is there's no way to like really throw them, and or yeah, I just would like to throw them. The other thing is I don't think they have more reach than other weapons, but they don't have a long enough reach for what they are for. At least in my eyes. But yeah. Now, bayonets on rifles and stuff, that is awesome. The reason why that's awesome is because if you make sure to hit the infected, like, from the neck up, probably 2 hits, and they'll go straight down. And that can be used on players, too. Because, I think the bayonet almost is a level up on the firearm melee, because with pistols, you like do like a pistol whip, which is okay. With rifles and larger guns, you do a butt stock hit, right? But with a bayonet, on the SKS, the Mosin, or the M4, and I think one of the AKs takes some of the AKs take a knife. You stab forward. So if somebody was running at you, you could immediately hold the gun and hit that F real quick, and they'll run into you, stabbing your bayonet into them. The reason why I like this, if I can have it, more than like I like the shoulder hit or the pistol whip, is because you just have a little bit more reach. With the pistol whip and the shoulder hit, you almost have to have them like right in your face, and at that point, they're probably going to already be hitting you with the melee weapon they have in their hands. So yeah. Hey guys, you want to hear a long over talked about explanation of why I like bayonets for my rifles instead of hitting them with a buttstock? There it is. I know, it's weird. I always feel weird about this kind of stuff. You know, talk too much. Things happen too much. Yeah, see, this is a good example of the rangefinder being handy. So I believe Gorka is right there. Or maybe it's a smaller town. Actually, I think it might be a smaller town. You're wondering why I don't have a weapon in my hand? You run slightly faster when you don't have a weapon in your hand. Now, I'm not sure if this is still true, but there's another interesting thing about weapons in your hand or not. I'm not sure if this is still the case, but back in like 0.10, and before that, if you held a weapon in your hand and jumped forward, you would jump further than if you didn't. Now, I'm not sure if that's the case anymore, but it was kind of an interesting situation, right? I remember some of the old bugs, like if somebody used tied up your hands with duct tape, if they broke out, it would give you a full pristine roll of duct tape again. So like, I know some of my server buddies would like literally be building a base on official, and they would stop with like the smallest piece left, and they would tie up somebody, and then the person would break out, and boom, they have another fresh roll. So it's just kind of like a really weird kind of hack, because when you have the duct tape and that kind of stuff, the duct tape to repair axes and some other base building stuff, you can build a lot of the base rather pretty quick. But yeah, that was back in, I think, 1.10 and before. I don't think they actually that bug didn't actually introduce itself until like I think like 0.03. 1.03, my bad. Not that one. Sorry. Just making sure that I got everything properly done. All right, let's go. All right. Gotta keep going and gotta keep going. So I am hoping to eventually go down to a town. I do need to find more weapons than just my pistol. Um, you know, I always see these all the time. I think they're like wildlife feeders, but it is interesting seeing them every now and then. Maybe they're good indicators for actual wildlife spawns here. I'm gonna look into that. I'm actually curious about that. Because, like, DayZ is not a game where they just put a bunch of random things around for no purpose. Like, of course, there's the garbage items, you know, the stone piles and all that kind of stuff. But, like, why those? Because, like, this one's called a feed shack, right? And people call it a feed shack because it has feed on it. Like, boxes for feed. Ooh, a shamag. I actually could wear that. Oh, I was already wearing one. Hmm. Nah, I like this one more. You know, it wouldn't be bad for us to have some rags. Wouldn't be bad for us to have some rags. Yeah, I do need to get to the town pretty soon. I think I look pretty cool. I'm not really trying to look cool, but you know, happy circumstance, right? Happy circumstance. All right. Big, huge open field. I do not want to run it. But we are going to, oh yeah, there's an altar. There you go. See that? So Gorka would be to the right. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna circle around because, altar is a really, really big place for, well, beast sniped. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised. I haven't run into anybody yet. There's 100 people on this server. I'm on the U.S. Karma Cruise server, but like, I'm a little bit like on edge, on like not encountering really anyone. I'm not sure if people are just spawning and running straight back to their place, or they already have sleeping bags which allow respawning. I think that's on Karma Cruise servers. Um, Personally, I don't like it. Um, I know it kind of gives a quicker satisfaction, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I think saying liking it is like kind of being a little bit too, I don't know, pretentious. You know, like, oh, that's so stupid. I only use, you know, I run straight from the coast because I can get to my body in half an hour because I know exactly where to go. When in reality, that's really not the case. Like, running to your body, I think even on servers that give you a little bit more food when you respawn, if you die, I think north of uh, Gorka or some of the other towns like that, you are probably not going to make it back to your body unless one of your bros is able to go there and drop your items off your body, because most items have a longer um sorry. Alright, I didn't see anything. There is a town down that way. There's a town right here. Yeah, we're gonna go to these towns. I've been saying I need to go to towns. I need to, like, start getting a little bit more geared out because, while I'm sure this pistol is definitely capable of, you know, working well, I'm not sure how much skill I don't have, or it is. You know what I mean? All right. Man, I kind of woke up in a good mood this morning. I really did. I think it's going to be a pretty darn good day. All right. You woke up in the morning, or possibly anywhere in between. How is your day going so far? I woke up and fed the little doggers, and now I am, more or less, trying to play some good old DayZ. There's a flagpole, but the flag is pretty low. It takes about 3 full in-game days for a vanilla flagpole to go all the way down. So I don't know if it's quicker here or not. And there's a lot of shots coming from this distance, this area. We should we're gonna scan the house the town one more time. All right, there's one infected there, probably spawning because I'm close enough. Do I see any other infected? Mask pan over here. All right, cool. I think I'm good to go in. So, let's go. I've been playing that new Battlefield 6 quite a bit. Been really enjoying it. All right, I know where I'm at. Vybor is just that way. So I was more or less west of Alter, and I ran through the old fields. And now I'm at, God, I can't remember the name. One of the ones in between, Gorka and, Vybor. My brain is, like, partially, like, going dumb. All right. Sorry if I'm getting kind of quiet. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't get killed. more or less junk in here. More or less junk in here. There's a, I think, cow nearby, though. I don't think I'll use my gun at all to hunt right now. Oh, hey, look, a code lock. I might be able to trade that with somebody if they're friendly enough. Oh, I found another code lock. Okay. I have 2 code locks now. Maybe I'll be able to trade. Even better. Like, I don't know if they're going to want to trade, by the way. I'm kind of guessing. It all depends on how common or uncommon, rare, or I don't know. What else past that? I've learned that police stations are death. I'm not even joking about that. And then going down this way is going to go down to the hunting lodge. I kind of just want to find a rifle. That's kind of more or less what I want to do. I know the police station can have that the SJ weapon that has a built-in scope on it, but that one's hard to find ammo for, and honestly isn't really one of my favorites. If you asked me what my favorite was, I actually couldn't tell you. Oh, you know, I really like the SKS. It's more of a medium range weapon, but if you're skilled enough with it, it can be a pretty deadly long range weapon. I don't know. I think the SKS, for people who don't like it, might be because it's not as accurate as like a Mosin or SVD or Winchester. I'm sure other modded weapons based off of that probably too. All right, keep going. All right. Sorry, I stopped talking for a second. All right, let's keep going. He kept. Wonder if this is new. I hardly ever take this road into this this camp. Probably because you know, probably not always the wisest of ideas. But this camp is pretty nice for supplies and stuff. But you definitely have to be kind of careful. Well, actually, I'll say I want to be careful. Doesn't mean you have to be, but I want to be careful. Kind of a little bit paranoid on Karma Crew. I'm not gonna lie. Kinda paranoid. This is definitely a hard place to, like, scope out. But, I'm sure as heck gonna try. Hmm. I don't see anybody yet, but it doesn't mean that there's anybody here. Because that power place is clearly next to the lodge, and then we can see the tip of the medical building right there. So we're gonna scan the horizon because a lot of people like to do what I'm doing and then come down and attack. I think we're good, but I want to make it clear I'm probably going to perish down here. Not play with the bus, just go right in. Right. That was weird. Um, I'll definitely pick up a bison. Never know when you're gonna possibly find a use for it. Been playing too much Battlefield 6. Thought about like placing a barrier right there, so I could just aim down and. Well, a stab vest is always welcome. All right. I chug on this, get some water in my belly. Don't want to do it too long, but you know, I can't have my stats go away. Can't have my stats go away. Come on, chug, 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 chug. All right, cool. All right, let's keep clearing the hunting lodges and stuff. Again, I'm like extremely paranoid right now. I feel like somebody's just gonna pop out and go boom. Not really looking for clothing right now. I'm looking for well, now will know 100% whether I'm what direction I'm heading. This isn't here normally. Must be placed because of the stuff. I know they do a lot of custom building, custom area sprucing up and stuff, so. Now I have fingerless gloves. Which aren't very useful, right, in real life. I mean, I guess they are. Like, if you have to do delicate work or something, you can do that. Actually going to use what I think this is probably for. So, maybe people can't just sneak up behind you and pop! You know. But I don't know that for 100%. I will not lie. There not being any infected here makes me feel a little bit safe, but that could be also problematic because if I feel too safe, will cause me to be hurt. Will cause me to be hurt. Alright. Let's keep going. Oh, look at GPS. Okay. We are starting to become awesome. There's only one hunting cabin left. A press vest. Yeah, I wouldn't mind wearing a press vest. Give me a little bit more room. I think it protects me better. I'm considering picking up that bear trap because I have the room, or I could make the room. Nah. Nope. And I'm not going to set it, actually, because, like, unless I'm going to just permanently camp this area and wait for somebody to take out, I'm not going to just do it for a random. Smooth like butter. Marker. Did not like that. Always make sure you look under things, folks. Not really traveling with anybody, so the blood collection kit would be wasted. So, sometimes the clothing has some medicine and stuff, but not all the time. Not all the time. Alright, so I think I've spent a little bit too much time here. I think it's time for us to leave. Especially with me finding that stuff. So, let's go, 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 go! Nice pretty little creek. I was thinking about, in real life, learning how to make my own, water filter station, or buying a pre-made kit one that I thought I heard a shot. Yeah, it's up that way. Buying a pre-made one that can take homemade ingredients, so like you can keep doing stuff with it. I'm not sure I will do that, but definitely something that would interest me. I know activated charcoal can greatly enhance water filtration, and I know you can make your own activated charcoal. I forget why it's called activated charcoal, but yeah, I probably should look into that kind of stuff. Me and my wife are more for my wife than me, because I grew up using weapons and guns, but where I live there is a gun safety and handling course for pistols, and I want my wife to learn how to use and have those. Not because we're gonna go buy a weapon, but it's kind of like maybe a little bit of a, hey, you now know how to use it, so maybe it's not as scary as before, or maybe it'll just make her even more scared about the idea, because, you know, I've now introduced to her what they can actually do. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I am running low on food, so I guess it wouldn't have been a bad idea to loot there, because the next town we're coming up to is a town we're definitely not going to go to, like, at all. That's where the military point and all that kind of stuff is. And although I have a rangefinder, I don't think I feel safe enough to go down there and, well, more or less, be unprepared. I'm a very slow player. One of my friends has said that. He plays DayZ a lot too, and he gets like a lot of really nice kills and all that kind of stuff. But he describes my playstyle as kind of like a, you know, I'm walking around, I'm aware of my surroundings, I'm ready for PvP, but I'm not necessarily running towards PvP. And I just, you know, loot here, take some stuff here. But you know, I don't think that's a wrong description of how I play at all. It's a really nice one, honestly, because you know I'm not constantly trying to run around and find fights. It's not really more or less how I jam, right? If I get into a fight, then yes, I'm gonna fight back. I wonder if there's like a name for that. I don't know. Either way. Heard more shots. Sounds like a really low caliber. I guess we could stop real quick and like use our my rangefinder to actually like see maybe what's going, if there's anything going on down there. There's the military area. Rest of the town. There's the main road. There's the well. That was just a piece of pollen floating through my eyes. Okay. There's a parking lot with a bunch of broken down cars, which usually have quite a bit of food. That's I forget the name of that one, but that one's a place. I don't really see any movement there. Like, and I don't see any infected. That's also a very good sign. At the same time, not. I don't know. Well, if anybody was going to be anywhere, they would be at the military. I don't see anybody there. I'm still not going to go there, but yeah, it's still kind of nice to scope out the area a little bit. But yeah. Watch, I'm all like, I gotta scope out the area. I'm worried about the town. And there's a guy like sitting right there, pops me right away. We're yellow on food. And I think the next town that I might want to go to is this way. All right. Go. Let me see. I set up some buttons on my stream deck, so let's see if they work. Oh, there you go. Did work. Although, I need to make sure that I, do that. Alright. Let's go. Alright. I'm gonna test it one more time. Just for fun, folks. There you go. That's better. I've never really tried to look into actually being able to get like a custom Discord link. But you know, maybe I will. Who knows? You probably have also noticed I don't do a lot of sprinting. Sprinting is a really, really high drain on your water and energy. So you'll go through your food a lot faster. And while I know, like, on Karma Crew, food and water aren't, like, the biggest thing, I do know just constantly running, no matter what server you're on, unless they made sprinting and jogging use the same amount, which I don't think this is the case, is problematic. Like, I have one, on the apple I have one down, and on the food I have two down. So, like, if I start sprinting, my food's going down, but will my my water go down further? So maybe it doesn't hit hydration that hard, but it definitely hits the the apple hard. Oh, that stuff always cracks me up. I also know wolf spawn, wolves, the wolves. I can't say it. Oh, here's a nice little hunting stand. Probably next to a trail. I really dig army pouches. Like, I like these because like it just gives such a low profile. Yeah, I mean, but right now I'm not equipped or prepared to just be dropping or getting rid of inventory sizes. Yeah, there's a little town right here. If you go south of this, whatever, there's a town up ahead. Let's go there and see if we can find more food, and possibly hope to gosh we don't get into a fight. While I do have a gun, which holds 20 rounds. I didn't know I had actually another mag for this bad boy. Well, we're going to fill that up. So this is what happens when you're not paying attention to the gun you have. Nice. There's a Green Mountain, by the way. I'm just trying to get through this big open field a little bit quicker. So I was putting my phone down. Yeah, I think it's good we went this way because I think the shots I just heard were coming from there. I think this is another trail header. Oh no, that's just a road marker. Silly me. Yeah, I know. I'm starving. I'm starving. Big whoop. Alright, well. We accidentally came across the a military place. Guess I'm a little bit further south than I thought. I don't know. This place doesn't usually have a lot of loot, but it's still good enough to check. Well, I'm not seeing any infected bodies. I guess that's good. But none have spawned. I feel like I'm following behind somebody, but I'm not sure 100% if I am. Well, goodbye gun there. I don't have any ammo for it, though. Weapon, flashlight. Yeah, I don't see anything. We should go to this town. I think my favorite town on Shinaris, just kind of like a town that I enjoy, is Bor. You go like southeast of Bustoshka, you'll hit it, and it's just a nice, like, kind of laid out kind of town. Has a river going through it. It has kind of like a nice V shape. The houses are spaced out enough. Like, it feels like it's just like a... Mind you, I don't know how to build towns on, like, DayZ or any other application, but Bor feels more like an organic town growth or hamlet growth than most of these hamlets do. More or less kind of like they didn't plan out how they were going to build. They were just all like, oh yeah, build here and build here or build there, Let's see if we can spawn anybody, actually. Yeah, they're fighting over there. I'm pretty sure that's more than 1,000 meters from me. Oh, there's somebody's base. I'm glad I didn't go straight that way. I am kind of weirded out. There isn't more infected. We're going to open these right away. So how is everybody been in chat? I'm doing pretty okay. Eating this food. I think I talked to people about the new Ghost of Oni or something like that. And I wasn't very, like... It wasn't appealing to me, not because of whatever else people were saying, because I felt really lost. I didn't feel like I knew a direction to go other than these people did these horrible things to you and your family. Go take care of them. Which is a great premise. However, you, like, suddenly, after all of the beginning cinematics, you suddenly, are already, able to go up and fight one person. And maybe that's what they were hoping for, because, like, that's the beginning, like, you, making your statement to the main bad guy, the leader of the group that killed your mother and father and stuff. But as I've been playing it, and I started approaching it, I think one of my friends told me to approach it this way. Instead of thinking it like the Ghost of Toshima game, because I was kind of expecting that kind of stuff. But when I started approaching it, like, kind of like a guided storyline with a Skyrim exploration base, it all started clicking for me, and I started really liking it. Hey, Dorkwing! Yeah, we rebranded pretty recently. We're no longer a podcast. We're just a gaming channel that covers DayZ and Project Zomboid. Of course, we'll play and cover other minor games, but yes, our name changed. Burger's always nice. How have you been, Dorkwing? How have you been? Oh, look, look. There's a bison mag for the bison I I left behind. Well, let's just take the mags out of it. A 64 round one. Okay, that was nice. Yep, there's food. Gonna eat more of this. Yeah, I'm still modding a little bit here and there, but I'm definitely trying to wrap up all my modding projects. So, like, I think I'm gonna do what I said I was gonna do, like, 2 years ago, and get my mods to where I call it, full release, and then I think I'm just gonna go into, like, maintenance mode with them. Because, yeah. And I also have a plan for something big. We should check this no matter what. Made a mistake there. Did not mean to pistol whip it. Did you see Always Streams vid about DayZ modders quit? No. But tell me, what did you think of it? Is it something I should go watch? Protein pills? Okay. Oops. My fault. Trying to be all, like, reaching out and stuff, and I got myself caught up in that. So here's a question. Was the medical building first, or was the bench first? Man, it was actually a really great video. Hate to say it. Just kidding, just kidding. But yeah, you would really like it. Okay, okay. Nice. Need more food. I know I'm in a white, but as we all probably know, that does not mean I have enough food. I also haven't heard any chickens. I'm pretty sure they're around, but just haven't heard any. I'm moving a little bit too quick around this place. I probably should take a bit more care, because, you know, I am not far from Green Mountain. It's just not a good idea right now. I mean, like, I don't have any long-range weapons. I have an SKS on my back, but I have no ammo for it, you know? And it's not like I can... I get to pretend... that I, well, I gotta run now. I'm on cover crew right now. That was very, very stupid of me. Nice. That pistol is nasty in Reforger. Oh, I bet. I bet. I didn't know that it was like a full auto gun. It makes me feel a bit safer, but really not by much. Oh. Somebody was using a leaf blower outside, but it was distant enough and it was quiet enough. I thought it was actually a vehicle. DayZ coming up. For some reason, I thought that was like a bench, a table bench with an umbrella on it. But nope, it's just me seeing things. You know, we used to make fun of my mother-in-law because she once was in our vehicle and we're like driving down this kind of like more of a dirt road, kind of going to one of our friends' places. And she's all like, oh, look, a running horse. And we look at it, and it's a stump. Like, just a tree stump. And we're all like, are you okay? You know? But here I am, looking in the distance, and I'm all like, oh, is that one of those table umbrellas? It's just a log with a little bit of light on it. Just like... It wouldn't be it wouldn't be so funny unless it was sad. All right, so that's the VMC hill, and that's VMC. And you know what? I think if we crouch here, I think we're not going to get easily spotted. So that place is a good place for gear. However, it's also a lot of times a death trap. That's Northwest Airfield. Vibor must be past things. Oh yeah, I can see Vibor right now. Yep. You can see the that's south compound, I believe. So what am I going to do? Do I chance going towards VMC and seeing if anybody's there? Or do I circumvent it, go all the way to the east until I hit that major highway, and then go north to the Tizzy evac, and then look through all those vehicles. Another possibility is we could actually go south and go to the southeast checkpoint and military camp. I want to go to the Kamenka or the sorry, what's the name of that place? It's where it's near the dam. Either way, I don't want to go there because that place is usually pretty heavily visited, and I think this VMC will be too. So I think if I'm trying to like not get like taken out, I think going to VMC is not a bad idea. Oh, sorry. Going to the south west military checkpoint area wouldn't be a bad idea. But you know what they say, there's those who dare win. I think that's like a motto from actually a British service. But yeah. I guess I should be like trying to not get seen. And look at all those planes. Landscape, not like flying planes. Just to make sure that's not confused. All right. Might be fun just to like, if a fight's near me, be able to like watch it, how it pans out. Northwest Airfield is where those shots are coming from. Shots over that distance. Let's clear this this hill before we go in there. See you, Dorkwing. Thanks for watching, bud. It's a fun chat. All right. Go ahead and head down, folks. Marker. Marker. Looting VMC on Karma Crew. Alright. Let's go and let's be awesome. I wish you could attach things back to the infected. Gotta be careful. We don't want to get jumped on. Primed it. Gotta keep walking and walking, trying to be as stealthy as I can. Making sure I don't accidentally step on any landmines. I don't know if any landmines would spawn, but yeah. Alright, clear. Let's loot this real quick. Alright. Let's see how we are doing. There's nothing in here, which is a little bit worrisome. Alright. Let us go back to being more careful. So, in all the times I've ever come to Vybor military, there would be people in that window and in the back. But because there is nobody here, and I didn't get shot at yet, either they're biding their time and waiting for me to get a clear shot on me, or there's nobody here. I don't need a field shovel. VMC, besides this actual nice VSS, is kind of a... Well, that sucks. I'm actually kind of curious. What 100% does that? It might be them spawning underneath this thing or other pieces of equipment that triggers them to be teleported to the closest service. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Hmm. All right. That's a splint, a military grade splint. Pretty nice. You never know when you're gonna get your arm or leg broken. In Karma Crew, they have it so your leg can be broken. Yeah. Gotta be careful. I'm like running around a little bit too fast. Too unsecure. And see, when you see that and then you see that, makes you wonder if there is somebody who is looting here. I mean, clearly those are signs of previous contestants. Yeah, I'm evil. Marker pause. Karma Crew looting VMC. Wonder if anybody's gonna actually trip it. I'm hoping my idea is as soon as they come through the door, I'm going to move. Let's see. I heard somebody. We're waiting, folks. We're waiting. This is going to be either a really good ambush attempt, or I'm just going to fail hard. I don't know. I have a, those who don't know, I have a landmine right there, and I'm hoping when they come in, I'm going to make a lot of noise. I'm going to shoot at them a little bit. And I want to see if they, like, take the bait and run over it. Actually, if I want to do a better job of baiting them, I should just put this in full auto and unleash the Kraken. I don't know. This might be just a silly idea. The sad part is I don't really have anything to disarm it with. So if I don't get an ambush here soon, I'm just gonna have to leave it. Which I can understand why people hate it. Don't get me wrong, but like this one was a little bit if my freaking plan doesn't work out, yeah, somebody's probably gonna step on it. The other thing that I'm a little bit worried about now is you see how it's on that corner. It's not around the corner. It's right on the edge of it. So they may see that when they opened up the doors. And if they don't take that bait fire to try to go around the corner and pop me, they might shoot that, and I might just die because I'm not expecting them to do that. So definitely, there is a situation that will happen with this that like may not be ideal for me. You get what I mean? It probably would be karma, but it would not be ideal. I have always been sad that the landmines became more about like maiming and breaking someone's leg than they actually became a true death trap. But you know, it is what it is. If somebody steps on it, they're going to pretty much become unconned right away, and their leg's going to break. Now, Karma Crew, I don't know. Maybe they changed that. Maybe. But it's good to know. Hey, 330 TT, how are you doing today, bud? How are you? Yeah. I don't know why your name's so different. All right. All right. For all those who just came in, we are setting up a trap in the VMC on Karma Crew's server. So, we're seeing if the trap works. There is a pretty high chance that this won't work, and I will have to leave it because I don't have any way of, you know, turning it off. I ran around because I'm trying to bait people in. I thought I heard some footsteps, but I think it was just the infected. There's 100 people on the server. Somebody is going to want to go to VMC to loot. Like it's too close to the northwest airfield. There's so many other factors. So I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen somebody come in yet. Now, when somebody steps on the landmine, their leg is going to break and they're going to go uncon. The goal here is not to immediately come out of here. It is to wait to see if his buddy tries to get him back up, and then I should be able to pop out and go pop, 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 pop. But I'm not sure if that is going to be a possibility. This is, I think, duos and trios. So like, I'm definitely at a very, very big misadvantage if there are 2 or 3 of them. And now that I'm talking it out more and more, I'm starting to lose faith or confidence that this will work out for me. Oh, oh my gosh. It's just crazy thinking about this. There you go. I started up a little poll for you guys. If you guys think it's going to work or not. 330 TT says, I find traps usually get me because I get impatient and then set it off. Yeah. That is very true. Patience is key here. We have a yellow food, a partial full water, and we're not cold. We haven't lost blood, and we're at full health. We have a full auto APS weapon, and then on our back, we have a silenced VSS, which I'm going to switch there. And I'm going to put my sledgehammer there. So the goal is to use this gun's loudness to try to shoot at them as soon as I hear the door open. And then if I can get them to hit that, that would be ideal. Actually, I probably should just do this. This is actually one of the cool ways the weapon ray system works. Right? I mean, somebody's eventually going to come in here, right? Oh. Oh, we got one vote. I think somebody says, yes, it will. They have a lot of faith in me, folks. They have a lot of faith in me. It's almost time for my lunch. So one of the mistakes I always do in DayZ is I'm always all like, oh, they're going to come right around that corner. And what happens is they always come out like enough that I miss them. So that's why I'm going to test if I put this right here, will I have time to snap here from here? Or because I always try to like move quickly over there, but I always end up like moving too much. So I don't know. I've seen other streamers kind of do this all the time, and I'm all like, oh, they must know something, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, I love this. It's just so nice that I can do this. Oh, you know what's another fun thing to do? One of my friends actually taught me this. Um, hmm. Let's see here. Give me a second. Might be my downfall. Oh, I thought I could craft a Hmm. You think so? Damn it. Well, I guess. Uh, right, there we go. Waiting it out, folks. We're trying to set a trap. You aren't in here. I have a landmine. I'm at VMC. Who knows? I'm not sure if I will win this or not, but it could be fun. I might move on soon. I think I've been here for like a good 20 minutes, so it might be time for me to move on. See new things. Be awesome elsewhere. All right. Hmm. I hear infected. Let's see. Let's see. You guys think the guy who shot those bait shots is baiting me or someone else? Hmm. Think I heard a helicopter crash. Yeah. All right. So you gave me an idea there. Uh, Me shooting some of the infected with that many, with other shots being spaced out, might draw somebody here. And then when they're coming, they'll see the dead infected, and they might look around a little bit more. We'll find out on the next time of exciting Dragon Ball Z. Come on. On a room of a building. They can't see me there. Maybe they could see me up here, but I'm probably going to have to move on soon because my belly is going to start grumbling. And then when I get to red, my guy like smacks his lips a lot. So that kind of gives him away me before anyone ever comes in here. There's 100 people on this server and nobody wants to loot VMC? Come on. Maybe this is where all the trash military loot is and nobody wants to come over here. Oh. Well, now that I did those bait shots, now I'm somewhat worried that somebody's going to be waiting for me to come out of the building. So I kind of made myself, kind of trapped myself, which is not great. Sorry. My hands, I'm gonna get them checked out, but my hands have been shaking really hard of late. Hmm. Yeah, that is very, very true. It's very, very true. Hmm. It's time for me to leave. Container looks different. I know this might get me killed, but I really want to go see what this is. I believe Karma Crew has special containers that you can unlock. Yeah, see the blue unlock? Guess we can hit this barracks real quick. Field shovel. All right, let's go. We're gonna follow the river. I left my SKS behind. Whatever. I can always wait out in one of these planes or whatever and just wait to hear the boom. But who knows? Who knows? I'm just having a lot of fun. Normally when I'm playing on Karma Crew, I am interacting with a lot of people and constantly. So it's kind of cool that like I have been able to get this somewhat geared up. But I'm now kind of wondering where is everyone? Maybe it's just like too large, or no, because there can only be trios on this one, I believe. Right, let me double check that actually. I don't have the vanilla launcher up anymore, so I can't tell you either way. It is a pretty game. I know a lot of people talk about this game needs better graphics. And mind you, I'm not one to say I disagree, but and maybe it's because I've been playing it from the very start, but there's a certain aesthetic, a style of DayZ that just makes it feel, well, good. I think what it is for me, it's the level of detail inside of the models. Although I know the models could be better, and that I know the textures could be better, but like, I don't see a lot of video games that have this much separation between their leaves and stuff. And if you do, it's like rare, right? Oh yeah, the overhaul is amazing. I was really happy about that. No, I die when I've gone on that route a couple of times. I'm just trying to stay out of the meadows. I don't want to get trapped. Thought I heard shots. Am I excited for motorcycles? Yes. Are you excited for motorcycles? 330TT and anyone else in chat? We're gonna go back to our bridge. Beach rolls. Hey, Gumpy. Or Gumpy. How are you doing, bud? How are you doing? Me is here. You know what? I is here too. Why speak lot word when no word do when short word do trick? I am not so much as in motor transportation, but I like they are expanding the offerings. I tend to stay away from anything other than walking. Driving is dangerous. That makes sense. Good. Yourself? I am doing decent. I'm here. I'm having fun. But I'm decent. 330 TT. Yeah, I can see that kind of. Okay. That kind of mentality. I think I am more excited about what mechanics they're bringing into Badlands, and less excited about the map and content. Like for example, when we got Frostline, we got all of the mechanics that came with Frostline for free on vanilla, and while I am a big actual supporter that BI should actually lock some of these mechanics behind the DLC, so you get more than just a map when you buy it, I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but that's what I would do, and I don't think it would be betraying the DayZ community at all, because it's just not, you can't just whatever, you know what I mean. Yeah, but I'm more excited about the mechanics that are coming from Badlands than I am about the content. So Shakal, we got the heat buffs overhauled and improved. We got food being able to go from frozen solid all the way up to burning. We got a lot of other things. Boat mechanics came with it. We got a lot of other things that came with this, the Frostline expansion. And we got all that for free. And with Badlands, we may get a lot of those features shown to us. Maybe there's going to be a overhaul of how the sun affects your heat. And then, like walking through sand and stuff like that. Are we going to get footprints that people leave behind or whatever else? I can't think of a lot of functions right now off the top of my head, but we do know that we're going to be getting the two-wheeled vehicle mechanics. And Gumpy, the bugginess of vehicles has always scared us. Oh, it has always been second thought bad. Guppy goes, wait, burning? Can I set Dumpgra on fire finally? No. Nope. Nope. Dumpgra has set himself on fire, and he will never do it again. Yeah, it's a story I actually don't tell often anymore. But, I actually burnt half my face off. It was, I think it was second-degree burns. But yeah. Okay. So VMC didn't turn out as we wanted. I tried to set a trap. I just overall lost patience for waiting. I bet if I waited long enough, somebody would have eventually came along. But I just kind of didn't want to wait that long. I was talking in DayZ. Jeez. Buzzkill. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is kind of a fun story, though. So, I wanted to be a blacksmith. I really did. The entire idea of forging metal, and, like, hammering it, making stuff cool, like armor, swords, and even mundane things, like making some, like, really cool-looking forks, knives, spoons, making your own nails and all that kind of stuff. The kind of, yes, it's like a more advanced, like, craftsman kind of talent, but it still was very useful for any part of life if you could actually have a forge and the metal to go with it. So, before I ever got a real forge, and before I ever got, any kind of real blacksmithing stuff, my father had this bench vise, with a strong, hardened, surface on it. I think they call them anvil vices or something like that. I forget what they're called. Oh, you did miss it, Gumpy. I had laid out a landmine on the corner of one of the L-shaped, barracks. And I was going to, as soon as they opened the door, shoot at them to... shoot at them so they would pay attention to me, and they would try to go around the corner like a good lean, and they would step on the landmine right there. I waited for like a good 20 minutes. Unfortunately, my food and water were starting to go down, so I didn't want them to hear me, like, my stomach rumbling before I set the trap. Because, like, them coming into the barracks not knowing I'm there, and then me suddenly shooting at them would rattle them. But if they knew I was there ahead of time, they would know it's a trap. So that was kind of what I was going for. It didn't really work. Well, I didn't have anybody come in there. Food and water went down too low. And if they heard me, it's a trap. They're not going to do anything about it. But back to my story. So, I used to like my dad's stove in his workshop. Because where I lived was goddamn bloody cold. But he also allowed me to have that bench anvil, and I had a hammer. And so I found some scrap metal around the house. I think it was rebar or something. And every day I would go in there and I would heat up the metal, and I would try to make different things with it. Now, mind you, I had no real skill or understanding of anything about metal at that point in my life. So that's what I would do every single day, right? play with this piece of rebar. I like would use a hacksaw to cut it up a bit or whatever. I would use like some of these like, you know, really wonky like bad pliers or whatever. I think they were channel locks. To do all the stuff I wanted to do. Well, one day I went into the workshop that my dad had, and I went to go light the campfire. Now, the stove was cold. By cold, I mean like it's outside surface, and the hatch door that you close once the fire's going was cold. So I put in a couple pieces of wood, and my dad had taught me a little bit of a trick that if you pour propane on the wood, and then liquid propane, and then wait for a little bit of a while, like I don't know, 5 minutes, you could then light your tinder, and it would ignite the pieces of wood you put it on, and it would burn. It would start the fire almost immediately, and I would only have to wait, you know, like another 10 minutes to start getting the coals that I wanted to put my metal on. Well, as you probably can guess, I messed up. My father had previously lit the fire, but apparently it didn't stick, or he forgot. I think he forgot to put wood in there, right? So I pour the liquid on one of the pieces of split wood, and as I'm going to grab the match, it goes whoop, like the flame comes straight out because it hit one of the embers. And most times, I would throw a match in there while with the door going down, right? Because the door was partially closed while I was working on it, it took off the right side of my face, like everything. And I still remember like this happening, and I'm like going, what the hell? Like in my own head, I was in shock. And then I heard my dad, what the? And then like I turned to look at him, and my dad goes, God damn it, and throws his wrench and chips the concrete floor. In that moment, I was more scared of my pops being mad at me because I did something wrong than I was of the fact that I just got burnt. Like, you know. Then he came over, he's like, are you alright? I'm like, yeah. Like, don't tell Terry, which is my stepmom, right? So, Terry comes running up. And mind you, the house is like a good 200 to 500 feet from the workshop. So, this was such a loud whoop. It went through the closed doors of the workshop to the house and went into the house where Terry was watching TV. Okay? So, my stepmom comes running in, and I had told my dad, don't tell her anything. Don't tell her anything. It was just a big wolf, right? So Terry comes running in, and she's like, what the hell happened? And I'm like, nothing, you know, it was just something simple. And my dad just starts busting a gut. And I'm all like, what? He walks over and, like, I think grabs one of, like, the pieces of chromed car part, and he shows it to me, and half my face is just black. Like, charred black. And he's like, that's why I'm laughing, boy. You're trying to tell a lie, but something is clearly wrong. So, that's my story of how I got full second-degree burns on my face. And I used aloe vera every single day on my burnt face. And it actually came out not half bad. You can still see a little bit of a pigment difference if you look really closely. But yeah, every day after school, I would come home. I would get a towel really hot, and I would hold it against that side of my face. And then I would wipe, and all of the skin would come off with it. And then that's when I applied the aloe vera. But it hurt for a long time. Like, I'm talking about, like, it took me a lot of months to get back to having a face that looks even remotely not burned. There's a smoke thing there. Either way, that was my story. Wonder if it's a permanent one or if it's just a one that happened. This is why everyone should not mess with fire. But it makes a hell of a story, doesn't it? I see the fog of death. This took me back in 1392. Nobody understood it, but I knew it was there. I'm just kidding. It just went quiet. Could have been me. Could be something else. Also, I don't know why I'm carrying a armband, by the way. Oh, there's a hunting scope. That'll be very useful later. 330 TT, my dad told me once, anything doesn't kill you makes you a better person. I'm not sure he hit the nail square on the head with that. Hey! I'm just kidding. Nope, I know plenty of people who have done stupider things than me like that, and they're still really, really cocky. Arrogant most of the time. I need to go to a town before I run out of food. Wonder what direction we're actually heading. Northwest. We might be able to get to one of the bigger towns over here, going around the Northwest Airfield. Right? Yeah. It is. So I can go to this big town, or I can go slightly up a little bit more. And, wait, are those military tents? Yeah. That's definitely, added. Now we have the hunting scope. I know I like to use my, rangefinder, but we don't have anything to attach to the hunting scope, so we're just gonna use the hunting scope this way. I do like the variable zoom. I think they made sure you can do that, because it's definitely not a thing that I've encountered a lot. Should Alright. It does look mostly clear. There's the, I think the other town I probably could go to. It's not too far. I think it's actually still technically part of, Labadino. Anyone else have some fun, good stories? A lot of gunshots over that direction. I wonder if there's something going on in VMC and I'm missing it. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Yeah, I need food. It's gonna be bad if I don't actually start getting something to eat. Just because I'm hungry doesn't mean I shouldn't be putting in effort to clear buildings. I think I found more Mauser rounds. That's nice. Kind of want to find a Mauser, but yeah. 330 TT says, so I get that while streaming you want to run it to other players for drama, but when you play off stream, do you seek out other players? No. So, the only real reason, like you say there, I, on stream, seek out players is because of the drama or just the interaction, right? But, when I'm playing by myself, maybe I should just stop trying to find people and I'll run into them organically. Especially since this is definitely giving some lag. I don't look for fights. Rather, I kind of avoid them. So, I'm gonna log off here for a quick second. But yeah, so like, offline, I'm a very cautious player. So I will skirt cities like I do on live stream. But when I see a town, I will sit there for 5 minutes, maybe more, looking at the town and looking around it to see if any of the infected are running, if I see any movement, are there dead infected, or are there piles of loot some places? Is there something at the water well? And I kind of just do this kind of like a little like, I don't know what you call it. You know, I'm scoping, or I'm getting lay of the land kind of situation, right? Because if I know there has been signs from a distance of a player there, I probably can go down there pretty quickly. But when I see signs of a player there, let's say it's someone dead infected I see, I will start looking even harder for movement. And if I don't see movement within like 2 to 3 minutes, because no player is going to run into a building and spend like 2 to 3 minutes just there, and I don't see it, I will head down and start looting. So yeah, I play a lot more cautiously when I'm off. I still do a lot of things I do on live stream. It's just instead of sitting there for like 5 to 10 minutes scoping out the location, I do it for like, maybe a minute or two, right? But folks, it has been almost 3 hours. I'm gonna go get some food, get a drink, maybe stretch my legs a little bit. I suggest you folks do too. And when I get back, we can have a lot more fun playing on the Karma Crew DayZ servers. All right, folks, I am back. Let's go ahead and have some awesome fun time. Let me make sure that good everything's up to snuff. I had got a new computer in between the time that I was using my Steam Deck and now, so I had to go through and set everything back up. I think I set it up to be far more optimized and better. So it should be a lot more easy for me to smash some buttons and that kind of stuff. Like I can actually, in my own chat, have the Steam Deck post a message, which it will come in handy in the future, because if I am doing another fun stream for like a loft, the game, I could make it so that button let people know the game was 25% off and not have to say it 800 times. All right, see, 100. All right, we're loading in. Time to get back to fun. Whoa! Crap. That's some 330T luck right there. Yeah. Marker logged into an infected, crushing my skull in. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot I hate these ones. I eat some food. Maybe the server was trying to apologize and gave me that, punch me right away. I'm not sure. That was kind of bad luck, huh? I'm gonna go ahead and end that poll. Everyone said it was going to be okay and I would survive. I got 2 votes. Nice. All right. Very pretty night. That scared me. Okay. I trapped and infected. That was kind of weird. It was all like, okay, I'll go in there. Uh... oh, that was a. When you meet a player, you must speak like Yoda. Okay, okay. Let's see if it works. Thank you much for the, wow, that is very kind of you. Very, very kind of you there. 330 TT. Alright. So, thank you. Alright. Let's go ahead and, was that there before? No. Here to have told him to talk like Red. I don't even know how Red talks differently than me. He does say and a lot when he's talking on a subject. But I think that's because he just doesn't speak up every now and then. Oh, I am being very, very uncareful right now. Especially with that toxic zone near me. I should not be as careless as I am. But I am careless. Okay. Oh, there's some bullets here I didn't get. Right. Let's go, go, go. All right. They do have bright nights on, so At least it isn't super bad. You guys let me know if it's, like, too dark on the stream. Because I know, like, OBS captures the game, but also OBS, like, kind of adds a layer of darkness to it, so everything seems a little bit darker. Maybe that's okay. Oh, fire. Okay. Okay. It's kind of sad, but I want somebody to shoot me in the leg or arm and break it so I can use this military splint I have in the cooking pot. I know it sounds stupid, but like, you know, why not? Thought that thing was there. Give me a quick second. I just remembered something. There we go. Had one of my that subscribe thing was playing the subscribe sound like twice because it was it was playing over the whatever sound. All right. Again, I'm getting a little bit lazy and need to, because there's 100 people on the server. I don't think I should be as lazy as I'm being, and it's more my problem. So it's a bunch of smoke, and yeah, that's like construction place. I think I think it's a lumber yard. No, it's just a big construction area. It's not a lumber yard, but like, I wonder what's over there. If I had an NBC gear, I probably could go find out, but I don't. Sadly, that has not been one of my priorities. One of my priorities has been staying alive. One of the cool things coming for YouTube here soon is I'm going to be able to stream to a 9x16 or 16x9. I forget what it was. This format, and I also will be able to, at the same exact time, stream to YouTube Shorts feed. And they're making it so you can set up how stuff appears on your shorts and how stuff appears on your regular stream screen. So I think that's kind of cool. I'm definitely looking forward to that. I am most likely going to start streaming on Twitch again. I will not lie. I have been having a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun in the past. Sorry. I'll be streaming on TikTok. TikTok, I had a lot of engagement with the viewers, which was really fun. And it just overall was just a very enjoyable experience. I think YouTube's a fun experience, but it definitely has its downsides. So I'm looking forward to the improvements, and hopefully it makes it a lot better. 330 TT says, just to F with the people on shorts only to show the right side of the screen. You can live stream to X2. Yeah, I know, but I'm okay. All right. Yep. With a stone knife, you're right. Nothing there. Nothing there. Sorry, I'm not chatting constantly. I need to. It's actually one of the many things a lot of people like to say is that like, in the very beginning of your like journey of a streamer, talking a lot and more or less talking about stuff and whatever helps keep people interested. And then as people interested grow, they'll talk more in your chat. And eventually, you'll have a chat that will be willing to chat with you no matter what, and that can like really help stem more to start chatting and taking place. So that's always good. I think it's becoming brighter. No, it's still nighttime. Already been in here. Am I heading the right way? No. Oh yeah. Okay, I gotta head this way. My bad. I was very sad that when we were playing on that very, very populated official server, we didn't get a lot of people wanting to fist fight us, or we weren't finding a lot of people on the coast. But yeah, got some good fights out of it though. Even though I wanted more fights, we still got some decent ones. I feel like I'm repeating some of the areas I've already explored. This postal box was our first trader on New Dawn. That was a long time ago. So, we had found a mod. Actually, Beat-Up found a mod. And this mod, this is way, way back, like 0.03. Like, it was way, way back when modding was more or less first introduced to DayZ. Now, there was this guy called Dr. Jones who made a trader mod, and this mod was really fun. However, the trader mod suffered from one thing that our server needed to be able to use it. And that one thing was stocks. Like, you know, if there were nails, teddy bears, and let's say bullets. With the mod by itself, players could buy those items indefinitely as long as they had the money. Which, by the way, you can make it so more or less the players, don't have enough money to buy everything all the time, but yeah, whatever. But then we ended up talking with this one guy who had approached us about wanting to beta test his mod for the trader mod. And his mod introduced the ability to sell to the trader and to buy from the trader, but the trader only had so much of each item, and the server could set what the items were, and you can tell it to reset these items back to the default stock, a daily every other day, next week, whatever. Um, and this was really cool because it also meant players could sell items to these traders, right? So we immediately jumped on that. We started working out like, hey, we're gonna have a trader over here that sells some gun parts and buys a lot of the gun parts. And we're gonna have a trade over there. Yeah, right. And it was actually working. It was fun. Our players on our hardcore server were going to these traders to trade, to sell their items, whatever, right? It was a really good mod, and we helped this guy beta test it for like, I think quite a few months before he like officially announced it to the public. But yeah, it was like one of the earliest mods that like I got to interact with, not just the mod itself, but the modder. And I thought it was really cool. Because back then, I hadn't truly gotten to modding at all. It was just kind of more of a... I knew about mods, I appreciated mods, but I could not really make mods, right? So, it was really fun, it was really exciting. And then, you know, of course, I went into modding, probably not soon after that, but yeah. Yeah. Damon Forge was working on that, and I was helping him with the base building options in it. Because the way you built your store was kind of like a base building object. Because once you build something like that, base building wise, it will never move. And we thought that was kind of cool. Like you could just have everything 100% attached to that object and never have to worry about somebody like, I don't know. Either way, I think it was soon after that, Damon Forge got a promotion at his work. And now he's like, apparently like an executive head of some like tech companies. So I pop over to his DMs every now and then and wave hi. Hey, it's kind of funny, but it's also kind of sad. Every time I hear somebody talking about the map link or well, just the map link, I find it funny because the credits are given to Damon Forge and Iceblade, which they should be. But I was like one of the major players of it, like helpers with it, and like we even tested on New Dawn first and all that kind of stuff. But like, I always kind of get like I get jealous, and then like I think I'm getting jealous for my friends being properly credited for their hard work. I should shut the fuck up. You know, just move on, right? And then I do quickly after. I think it's more of like instinctual jealousy. Kind of like every time you walk out your door, the neighbor has that really fancy car, and you're jealous of it for a couple of seconds until you see the fact that like the guy, you know the guy earned that car, really saved for it. I don't know. But that's how I have some stuff sometimes. All right. So now that it's kind of becoming sunny, I am now a little bit more worried about possibly running into more people. Because at night, there was that level of, like, darkness that I probably could have just, like, moved around. 330 TT. Yeah. I think for me, whenever I see an expensive car, it's not about the monthly cost in my head. It's about how that luxury car is going to cost them in parts. Like, for example, our roommates that we used to have, they had a BMW, it was a nice BMW, and it looked pretty darn good. They bought it used. Well, their payments for this were actually reasonable. However, the parts for the car weren't. So, I think it was like barely a month after they got the car, the brakes were having issues. So they took it over to the BMW dealer, because with the purchase of the car, they said as long as they're in business, they'll give them a discount, right? And they said that the brake pads were all but gone, and it had damaged the brake rotors, or the brake discs, and that they were going to, and they couldn't actually, smooth it out. Use a, I forget what it's called, but there's a way to smooth out those possible grooves to make it better. Oh, thank you very much for legs. And they said they couldn't do that, so they would have to buy all these new parts for the car of the BMW. And he came home and he was just all like, yeah, I gotta talk with Shay about it. I'm not really sure I want to do. They want to charge me like, he's like upward of like $6,000 to do this. And I'm all like, no. You go tell them that you have no interest in having them help you, having them take care of your car, and you're gonna go take it elsewhere because that price is bull, right? He goes, why is it bull? I'm like, they sold you a car with faulty parts. He doesn't know much about cars. I'm like, look, brake pads can last 1 to maybe 1.5 years. You probably should replace them after at least one year. The fact that you were sold a car with bad brake pads is their fault, not yours. And he's all like, oh yeah, but I already paid the money. They can claim that I did anything else. I'm all like, trust me, they're going to fold right away. And he's all like, okay. So he went there, and then he called me like, I don't know, I didn't know what time he went there, but he called me at like 11 a.m. And he's like, you motherfucker, I love you. He's like, they're eating the entire cost. And I'm like, damn right. You know, they sold you a car with bad brakes. That's not okay. Because in Washington, although the dealers are protected, so are you. Because if there are any parts that are part of safety, the steering column, the steering and its components, brake pads, and other potential problems, they have to fix if the issue is caught within a certain time frame. And I think like our time frame is like 60 days or something, but yeah. Because the reason for that is because in Washington, all car sellers have to go through the safety inspection. So the fact is them trying to claim he was responsible for doing it proves to the government, because there's a certain time, if anything fails safety-wise, that you go back and get it taken care of, that BMW place didn't do the proper safety checks before putting the car back on the lot. So, yeah, I told him, I'm like, I looked it up, and actually, if you filed lawsuit against him, you would win. He's like, oh. I'm like, but you didn't want to do that. It's a lot of pain in the butt. But yeah, he got them done professionally, and he had... Alright, see ya. He had a bunch of other BMW problems, though, that he couldn't claim on that... Oh my god, that looked like a player for a second, right? Either way. Yeah. So it's kind of interesting, though, like... But yeah, sorry. I'm like so like... Yeah, I got cocky. Alright. But yeah, his BMW over the course after that cost him 1,000 here, 2,000 here, 500 there. Like, they wanted to charge him $500 to get to his battery because it needed to be replaced. And I'm all like, let me look at your BMW. And like, you know, I looked at the BMW and I'm all like, okay, well, there would be a lot of things that I would have to remove. And I told him to get his battery out. And I'm all like, honestly, cars work like a old clock. The minute you start messing with anything in it, or any of the gears behind something, is the minute that all of those gears that you had to move or whatever out of the way are going to break and have problems themselves. He's like, well, he's like, so if you could do it, it would be cheaper, and if they do it, what, they're going to make me pay for the cost of all those other things? So why not you just do it? I'm like, no. If they have to service your vehicle to replace the battery, anything that they encounter on the way down is their fault. And it doesn't matter if it's like, oh, this has been in the car forever. It's the fact that, like, you could easily claim that they broke stuff on the way to the battery. And it's easy to claim because you have this model, you have the year, and you have the make, and you can easily show people how much you would have to remove to get to the battery, and all those things they would have to remove if they broke. You could be all like, oh, I had them replace my battery, and then they started charging me for all these parts. I know. It's kind of weird to say this, but like, working with dealerships or car shops is almost like a who knows more and or who can BS more. It's kind of a weird situation. Like, I'm not saying every dealership is like this, by the way. A lot of dealerships are actually decent enough. And I know a lot of shops that are, in my eyes, very decent. Like, there was a transmission shop near me. Oh my god. I'm like, you see what I mean, guys? I'm like just being like totally unaware of these situations. Alright. But, yeah, there was a transmission shop that was near us. And they would rebuild your entire transmission. Like, know how to fully rebuild a transmission. And it was sad because, when my friend, needed, I might switch to this family pack, honestly. Oh, there we go. That's why you don't automatically switch stuff, folks. Sometimes that can happen, and if you can't get your stuff back, you're screwed. Mind you, it did happen to me, but, you know, I was lucky that it was in a position that I could easily grab it. Alright, so we're gonna go up to some of these houses. I was able to eat 2 cans of beans, which is beautiful, just gorgeous. But I feel like I think it's time for me to leave this area and try to move on. I will say, these zombies are not worth trying to stealth kill. They run so much further ahead that trying to sneak up behind one is just really tough. So, yeah. Bomber jacket. I feel like the bomber jackets, I love them. Okay, that's me. I love the bomber jackets, but I feel like there are so many other options that pretty much do the same exact thing, that I never end up picking them up anymore. Like, I used to always pick up a bomber jacket. Sorry. I'm just trying to focus real quick. I'll never use that. Alright. Not sure if I want to carry around, like, 3 duct tapes. I don't even know why I am. Why I am. Some 9x19. That's nice. It's always nice. All right. So if you're in chat, I really want to ask you a good question. What servers do you gravitate to or look for, and why? Like, what are your favorite kind of servers? And mind you, I'm not asking you to tell me a specific server. I'm looking for more of the category, the kind of style pattern in it, you know, etc., etc. Because something, it's interesting to hear, because I don't like. I might be a little bit silly here, but I don't fully understand why some people like certain servers over others. Maybe it's just the only reason why you play on some servers is because the population is high, or your buddy plays there, or you started playing there with a group, and because you're playing with that group, you guys have more or less always played there. I don't know. Maybe it has quality of life mods that you really enjoy, or maybe it makes it so, you know, you're not constantly starving to death all the time, you know. Hey, look, there's Melbourne! Folks, Melbourne is one of my friends who I occasionally jump onto servers just to play with him, even though I hate the way they play. I'm more of a hardcore lover at heart, but I do play plenty of other servers. But Melbourne, he's special. You know why he's special? Because I don't know how he does it, but he is so good at PvP. Like, I am jealous of his PvP skills. This way. Melbourne goes Karma Crew because it's like getting vanilla-inspired updates are over quickly. Quickly than vanilla. Okay. So I'm not sure if this is going to be a good idea for us, because I believe that the helicopter crash is quite a ways from us, because they make a real big noise when they're close. So, go there. Hey, Karma Crew. I mean, Karma Crew's gotten a lot better. I like it. I will not deny that. I do enjoy Karma Crew. I feel like it's a good mix between, there's still survival elements enough in it, but they're more secondary to the possible of PvP and other issues trying to survive, which are good. You know, it makes me have an amazing fun stream. I'm not constantly being mowed down by some guy carrying a pink M4 or whatever. Like, it's also not silly. Like, there are some servers out there that will, like, put in some, like, really kind of silly stuff, and it's just all like, why? I don't get it. We're taking a little bit of a... what do you call that? Subroute? No. Pit stop. We're taking a unplanned pit stop. There's lag every once in a while, and it's not my recording software or my encoding. I've been playing around a lot with some of OBS's recordings, like the encoders, and frame capture and all that kind of stuff. Just kind of learning how to do these better encoders and what bit rates to go for, and if you're going to be going for this bit rate, you really need to have it this high, blah, 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 blah. So I'm curious in the future to see how these work, because like I tried one which was called Constant QP on H265 encoder. And apparently, the lower the the QP setting is, the more high quality and proper footage you will get. Now, I only saw this on the on OBS, so I set it to 3. It was at 20 when I first put it on, and I set it all the way to 3. Now, I recorded for a minute because I wanted to see the differences between using a bitrate on H265 versus this. Okay, so the constant QP rate, which was set to 2, it literally looked exactly like how I see everything in game. Just full-fledged. And that was amazing. But a minute was 6 gigabytes. So I'm going to play with it a little bit more, because I went and Googled, and a lot of people who were talking about recording stuff on it were all like, you don't need to set it any lower than 15, because unless you have a device capable of rendering and seeing 8K, you do not need to put it that lower than 15, because even the 2K resolution would be perfectly captured in data. And what's cool about the QP rate is the QP rate renders and encodes every single frame. And there are 60 frames in a second, right? So you can imagine how much this can actually capture. So I went back and I turned it back to I think 17 QP. I recorded. It was only 117 gigabytes, but I did have a way. The recording was closer to what I see in game. But yeah, it was cool. Let's see. In official, you meet everyone on the spectrum, whereas on Karma Crew, you meet mostly experienced players that are doing the meta. Oh, okay, I can see it. We originally were going this way because we heard a heli crash, and I was hoping to be able to see some of the smoke by now. The fact that I'm starting to lag and jitter is making me think that there is some players nearby. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm getting some server hanging up. Yeah. There are definitely players going for that heli wreck. Just don't remember if I remember where it is. I did say that it sounded pretty far away, but I can't be too far from it. Let's look at the compass real quick. That way. I heard somebody. Yeah, Melbourne. I think you're right about that stuff. But it's always kind of cool to see more or less, I don't know, everything that happens in this kind of server. It's still a server that still uses my building fortifications mod, and I appreciate it. Sorry, I was going to look at controls. For some reason, I thought they had Huh, okay. I was wrong. I thought for a while there they had a auto walk, but I didn't remember if I remembered that right. Okay, well, that was kind of a wild goose chase. Let's go to these shots. Let's see if it's over there. Let's see if it's over there. I have seen quite a few bases on my way up. I could camp a base. I probably should read if that's against the rules, honestly. I never know with some servers. Oh, man. It was funny. We're trying to find a heli crash, and we're going to some gunshots, folks. But, I turn on my computer. Now, I wake up at 6 a.m. every morning. And then I begin work at 9 a.m. So I get on my computer after feeding all of the animals. We have a husky, a blue heeler, and we have a very, very beautiful honorary cat. But, so on my computer, I, open it up, and I go play Battlefield. And then, as Battlefield is loading, it goes, you must log on into EA and permanently connect an EA account to Steam. And I'm all like, I already have. Well, maybe it signed me up. Maybe this is like a new update or whatever. So, like, I go to log in. And it goes, that account has been assigned to another Steam account. And I'm all like, what? And then, so I'm all like, okay, hey, this is BS. So I close it down. Oh my god, the way the clouds look through there, it looks like it's smoke. But it's not. Huh. Okay. So I take a quick breath about this because I honestly was going to get very, very upset about it. And then, I'm like, okay, well, let me go ahead and look at Steam to see if there's a way for me manually just to reapply the EA sign up. And I start to go to support, and I see out of the corner of my eyes, and I'm all like, oh, I'm signed in to the channel account on Steam, not signed into my personal Steam. So, yeah, that was funny. If anybody's curious about why I have a game account, a channel account Steam, one, it shows people, the studios or publishers who gave me game codes that I have an official Steam account, which has come in handy in the past. But two, I can do family sharing from a Steam account. So every single game that is given to us, or we have to beta test or whatever else, I always put one version of it on the channel Steam account, And then if one of us doesn't, well, they don't have access. They have to use family sharing to play that game, or I give them codes out, if there's if there's more than one. And it's come in handy in the past. Like, there's some games out there that, like, were going to be, like, a good $60, and we're really small. We don't make a lot of cash off our ads and that kind of stuff. So buying something like that would put us back. Mind you, it will only take like a month or two to get back, but still, we always have to find ways to justify buying something for the channel, because our philosophy is, if we need something, can we do it for free or cheaper? And that's kind of how we do stuff. But yeah, okay, enough of my rambling. But yeah, I found out it was my channel account Steam, switched over to my Dump Raw Steam, and boom. It was not asking me for that. But yes. I really do like how Steam has evolved over the past couple years. Like, being able to actually, on Steam, live, see my actual, like, PC stats and stuff like that. I really enjoy it. Like, I don't think it's gonna pop up for you guys, because I don't think you guys actually see overlays, but let me see if it does. No, it doesn't. Okay. Maybe the next time I stream, I will make sure to have a little window showing you guys that. But I can see a lot of things on Steam now. I can also see artificially created frames. So, if you don't know, right now, there is somewhat of a dislike for AI generated frames when using your when playing games. And the reason why this is disliked is mostly for competition use. People playing CSGO on competition, etc., etc. It's not that, like, it's giving the people using it. It's actually doing the exact opposite. Sorry. It's giving, I think somebody put this, bear trap here to be nasty. Let's see if they log in. But yeah, so the AI is generating frames here and there, right? Well, some people are pointing out that the AI frames being generated work based off of the surrounding scenes. So, for example, on CSGO, if somebody with regular graphics cards are running with no AI, if they peek around the corner, just like slight enough for you to see their head do it. Mind you, they can't see you because it's just enough. The AI takes all that surrounding area around the head and gets rid of the new part of the head because it believes that that little piece of head isn't like all the rest of it. So, thus, force, it hides the piece of head. And people are out there, and some of the competition things are going, that's vital. Like, if AI is going to create frames that are hiding a detail like that, that's bad. That's really bad, right? But I'm not 100% certain if it's really being made a super deal. I think maybe it's more of a hey, in the future, maybe AI can do this stuff, but maybe it's going to be far, far more detailed. We don't know, but yeah. Yeah, no. Mm. All right. Let's just keep going. Where am I even going now? I swear I keep turning myself around. I'm going south now. Like, what the heck? Why am I going south? Should at least be going west. I don't know where I'm going, folks. I'm like getting totally turned around. Well, I hope somebody finds my landmine, and I hope someone finds my bear trap. Although, I probably should read the rules on whether or not a bear trap is allowed like that. I'm guessing so, because I've seen them placed around quite a bit. Hmm. Interesting. I went to walking because you make almost no sound when walking. Really? This is west? No, see, I did it again. I'm just not doing very good today, am I? If I had a battery, I would put it in the GPS and turn it on and see where we are. Actually, I could do that even without... I can't turn the GPS on. That's the problem. If I could turn the GPS on, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Yeah, my pants are damaged. Not that. That. Marker. This is Stump Cross tip number 1. If you ever have a piece of item that is damaged, go ahead and put the repair item inside of your hands, and then drag said item down upon the repair item, and you will be able to repair it and never detach it from your character. This is a great way to quickly repair things on the fly, but more importantly, it's a great way to be able to have the equipment you need if someone starts to fight you or shoot at you while you're repairing. End marker. Okay, so, let us go ahead and, just keep going west. I was playing with, AI expansion yesterday, and, like, I spawned in, so I spawned in 12 NPCs, and I spawned in another 4 NPCs to make it 16. And there is a formation you can tell them to do, which is circle, and then you can also tell them to do a circle point. So what happened, and I did this like, in a big open field, and I turned off the grass just to see it. But yeah, so they went into a circle format around me, and then the other ones kind of more or less went the went to the pretty much 12, 3, 6, 9 kind of points, and I had myself a little sundial with the AI. It was kind of funny. I really have. I'm kind of confused. Okay, so okay, there we go. We got. Okay, I think that is Lapatino. So this way should be leading us west. Okay, good. But yeah, it was just funny. It's also how you prove DayZ's world is round, not flat. So, I feel like I just spent the last 20 minutes wandering back to the same place again. I'm all like, why am I doing this to myself? I smell the smoke. Yeah, it's over there. What's your guys' favorite gun to use on DayZ? Like, say you have the ammo for it or the mags. What is your favorite like stock weapon? Just the weapon itself. There is no bayonets. There's no silencers. There's no special butt stocks or anything like that. It's just all of the vanilla things that would normally come with it. I would say myself, if I thought about pistols, I enjoy the CZ pistol. That one I like. I don't know 100% why I like it over the Glock or some of the other pistols, but I like that one. If I was choosing a close range kind of weapon, it may sound kind of silly, but I think having the MP5 is one of my favorite, like, uh, secondary. My rifle, if I could get a rifle, I think is the CZ527. Now, mind you, this is bolt action and it shoots a 7.62 by 3.9, but it also can take a hunting scope, and overall, it is actually a pretty accurate shot. I could go for the BK18, which is a one-shot wonder for 7.62 by 3.9, but I don't think that really takes the hunting scope. But yeah, that's what I would choose. Just stock guns. Oh, a lot of gunfights going on behind me. Maybe I should just go to Northwest Airfield. That doesn't sound like a half bad idea. Doesn't sound like a half bad idea. Alright, folks, give me a second. I have to, I think, take care of my cat trying to tell me that it needs water, and I think its water is really low, so I have to get some more water. All right, folks, I am back. I do apologize about that, but gotta take care of the animals. One thing I would say is my wife also popped out and was all like, "Oh, hey, can you help me with insulin?" Which of course I always will. Just kind of like everybody saw me out, so everybody wanted to ask me questions, which is fine. All right, so we logged out, so there's probably going to be a queue, but that's okay. We were given priority queue a while ago. So, or rather, my bad. I pay for. I don't know. So, we will be logging in here in a quick second. Hope everyone can understand. But yeah, I really, uh, I really need to start like kind of going to these gunshots, trying to get to these kind of like more active areas. I think, or maybe I should be like a scavenger, just waiting for a fight to finish so I can go over and pick up the pieces. While we're at it, I did mention that I probably should read the rules of Karma Crew. Okay, let's see here. So, they have kind of quite a lot of rules. Okay, so okay, of course, cheating, stream sniping, no combat logging, of course. Looks like 10 minutes. Don't be a punk. Okay. No abusing. No abusing of server restarts. Okay. Don't have alt accounts. Group limit. Okay, the group limit is based off the server. Stashing, storage, or items. Storage such as barrels or crates and items such as weapons or backpacks must be placed above the water line when placed in water. Items below the water line will be deleted without notice. You cannot place stash storage or items or the inside objects. This would be counted as glitching, and it will be deleted without notice. I'm guessing that falls into the category of gravel piles, garbage piles, grave sites, etc., etc. Those are the places where if you do if you do put an item on top of it, you can bury it, and it will be under the burial mound. And then when you come back, you can look right at it, and voila, you have that. So base rules. Any sort of base building needs to be done with a clear effort to build. Hey, it's Scott Dog. How's the zombie slaying and surviving going today? Well, we are now waiting in queue because we had to stop and get the kitty some water, but it's going pretty good. I think I need to stop being so skittish. There was a bunch of gunfire going off before I logged out, and if it still is, I'm going to keep heading in that direction because even if I can't do the fight, I'm interested to see what's happening there. I do have a Mosin on me now, but I don't have a scope for it, so it's kind of I have a scope, but it's not a scope for the Mosin, and yeah. We're just looking over the server rules because I need to refresh on them. Any sort of base needs to be done with a clear effort to build the structures as realistic as possible. Shannara solo duo trio bases of any kind are maximum allowed to consist of 4 gates and layers to gain access to the stored loot. Blah blah blah. Even when splitting the loot between rooms, only 4/5 gates are allowed. Okay. You are not allowed to build on any roads. That makes sense. You are not allowed to build to stack towers, specifically building on top of another, and so on. Bases must be a single occupied structure. You are allowed to build a separate garage for vehicles if no loot is stored in the garage. Only vehicles are allowed. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. When a vehicle is parked inside your base behind locked doors and gates, you are only allowed to store vehicles related items such as the spark plug, car battery, fuel can, and failing to follow this will result in the vehicle getting deleted with no warning from the admin. You can only be allowed to store a maximum of 2 vehicles inside your base. Okay, some more base rules. I don't really plan on building a base. General base rules. This might be good for us. You're only allowed to have one base as a group, no matter the size. Being caught and having multiple bases as a group will result in bases getting deleted without any message. Groups are not allowed to work together or raid bases. Teaming up with groups also is limited only 3 times per week. Anything over that is considered a single group, of which the one base per group rule is in effect. And you cannot log out in someone else's base that you have just raided. Finish your raid and leave the base alone. Very, very cool. Alright, Sculpted goes, I'm such a baby in those types of games, so I like watching Brave plays. I am too, I won't lie. 330T earlier was asking me if my live stream playstyle is different than my regular playstyle off stream, and I told him yes. And the only differences between them is I'm not as hesitant to go towards trouble, but I also, if on online, I don't spend as much time as I do offline scoping out a town. So offline, I will spend probably a good 10 minutes scoping a town. I look for dead infected, I look for infected, I look for any other kind of movement. I look at the water wells if there is one, that kind of stuff, from a distance with either my rangefinder or a scope if I can. Now, I do that and on offline, so probably a good 10 minutes, maybe more. But online, probably I spend maybe 2.5 to 3 minutes scoping out a location, and then I'll start going towards it. So that's kind of the differences. Offline, I'm more about being fully prepared for the possibilities, and then letting chaos, interject a player that wasn't there before or whatever. Who knows? But when I'm live, I'm a little bit less strict to that, so there are higher chances that I will encounter players. So again, like I said, we're going to wait to see if we hear this stuff. Oh yeah, I finally have a weapon that I can show you guys what I meant earlier. So this is my 1P78- scope, right? This one, right? So what's cool about this, and this could be used for the bayonets and stuff, is if you attach this here, so it's on the VSS. If I go here and I push 3, I took it off. If I push 3 back again, it puts it right back. So if I wanted to, I'm not sure I could actually do this. It won't take it. I could make it so if I really wanted to use that 6x scope all the time, I could be all like, okay, 3, we look through it. Okay, cool. And then when I push 1, it goes right back. So this is a really nice way of keeping your scope on your weapon, but using your hands to look through it really quick. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that is something that I really enjoy. But it's up to you folks. But you can pull attachments off your weapon and into your hand. Of course, I don't think they allow it with the mag because it has a little cross thing on it. But think about the possibilities. The reason why I would say put in your hand is because of this. Like the further out you you're able to see, the more movement you have. I hate myself. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. All right. Let's go. What is going on? What is going on? All right. So we're close to Northwest Airfield. Yeah, thanks, Scott. Yeah, I think it's a fun tip too. Another fun tip, which I'm pretty sure everyone does nowadays, is if I'm getting shot, if I get into a PvP encounter, one, I organize so my shirt and my pants hold all of my main gear. So then, if let's say I go over this ridge, I'm like, oh, there's a gunfight. I can push 8, drop my bag, and then boom, I have a lot more stamina. Like, so go ahead and go this. Honestly, I think dropping this probably would. Yeah, see. But yeah, that is a great way for. Oh, did I get kicked? Or has the server gone down? Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure it out. I was looking at their Discord to see if anything else was being. Yeah, I think. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it went down. Let me see if I can find anything. Hmm. Interesting, interesting. It's kind of a cool little thing. I always like see on like Facebook all these like DayZ servers that like have these crazy generated like AI things, and yeah, it's just kind of weird. Like they have like I don't know, it's almost like you're trying too hard, kind of feeling. Which is fine. Maybe I shouldn't chuckle at people trying to get people to play on their servers. I think that's mean. I shouldn't do that. Okay, looks like we're coming in. Hopefully, my character still has all of his stuff, because if we log in and I don't have my backpack, that's gonna suck. That would suck so bad. But I don't think that's gonna be the case. Loading DayZ bugs. They're not bugs, they're features. Alright. Yep, I got everything on me. So, it looks like it crashed before I even got close to this ridgeline. But you can also do that with vests, too, if you wanted to, right? So you can just hotbar the vests, boom, boom, and blah. You have a huge amount of stuff in it. Stamina is king in PvP, as far as I know, or believe. That's the northeast airfield right there. Northwest airfield. Damn it. I'm not very good at talking nowadays, aren't case in point. Alright. Hey folks, if you haven't hit that like button or said hi in chat, always happy to see that like button hit, and also always happy to see people here. There is something that I would like to point out to all of the people here who are watching. Did you know, after a live stream has ended, you can go back to it, give it a like on your phone, and you will see a hype box pop up. Hype boxes are a new feature in YouTube, and it allow you to essentially help boost up somebody's channel and show them the videos or past live streams that you have liked and hyped up. This is a great way to help support creators such as myself or many of the other creators out there. I know one of our co-hosts that have decided to step away, Jarl of Goats, streams almost every day live on YouTube. So maybe you guys can go back to one of his live streams, give it a like, and hit that hype button, and they may end up getting a lot more people coming to it. Oh, that sounded close. Okay, we're gonna go here. Real quick. Oh. I was hoping for a PU scope. Did it land in the airfield? It might have. Let's see. All right. I don't see the smoke anywhere, but I do know it was close. I do know that. Just the water running. Amazon. Sorry if I'm being really quiet, folks. I'm at Northwest Airfield on a 100 pop server, so I am trying very, very hard to make sure that I am paying attention to the sounds. All right. That ridge right there might be nice to do a little bit of a scope out. I think I'm near the trash pile. It's a rock. I thought maybe it was like a civilian tent. All right. I'm not even sure if I am overall am I geared for this place. All right. So far, we're doing okay. That's so far. See that hill? It overlooks the majority of this place. Oh, I heard a shot on the left. Which may also stir up anybody else that's around us. May stir up anybody else that's around us. That might have been a bait shot too. Some people just have the ability to camp the Northwest Airfield pretty good. Definitely coming from the APC or fire station. Yeah, I'm not really wearing the same color as the thing here, so I'm probably sticking out like a sore thumb. It's either fire station or APC, I think. They definitely sound like they're firing from within a building. Well, that might actually be a 1.29 thing. I'm not sure. Well, like feature. Honestly, because I have a pink backpack on, I think my best bet would be to go back to the garbage bin area and there's so many possible places to go here. There's so many possible places for me to be shot from. That's Tent City. Got an infected there. Those shots are way further. Is that a... Looks like some an infected head there. What's nice about DayZ, though, compared to Battlefield and stuff like that, there is no BS scope glint. So, I can look all I want at these towers and these buildings, and unless they actually see me, they won't be able to tell where I'm at. Thankfully, the wind is pretty high up today, which gives me the opportunity to be not as easily seen. I remember a helicopter crash being there. Maybe in the trees? Hmm. Sorry. Alright. I have a feeling I can scope out that place until the cows come home. Uh, but it's not gonna make me, encounter anybody. It's one thing to be prepared. It's another thing to sit around until you have a fight. I'm about to sneeze really hard. Oh, false alarm. I don't see anybody. It's way, way too far for me to go after. Now the trees might be working to someone else's benefit. Alright. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go, 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 go. Sorry. Alright. We're getting to North Compound. Now, I can't remember or not if the Northwest Airfield's North Compound was um, toxic all the time, or is it just one of the dynamic areas that could become toxic? Because there's a bug in 1.28 that is fixed in 1.29, where in 1.28 the bug is there can be invisible gas, which if I don't know is there, I could walk into it quite a bit and then suddenly be coughing and more or less just be 100% ill. But I did hear a shot from this way. All right, thanks for the heads up. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, so maybe we'll go up and see if we see anybody there. But if not, we're going to start heading to the gun shops this way. Don't want to spend too much time in one place because, you know, I don't know how hardcore or sweaty or just more or less what things I'm going to come into PvP-wise. All right, there's the overhang. There's the industrial garage. There's the prison. So far, it looks pretty clean. Where's the radio tower? It is. I don't think people would be up there because of how exposed it is, but never know. The doors look closed for the prison. It's like a... Is that like a drop box? It looks like... Oh, it's a Humvee, but there's something on top of it. Bait? I don't know. I think it's bait. And I think this will be a very, very, very quick kill on me. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully it ends up being something incredibly useful. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. No, it's just the top of a bloody Hummer. I'm stupid. Well, since we're already here, and we've already made so much noise, Nope, nothing. My paranoia. This gets me. Nope. We have a AUG, and we have a G36C. The hell? Oh. Why am I so stupid? Sorry, guys. I can't see anything either. Alright, there we go. You know what? This is just gonna get me shot. From here. Go to the back. Alright. Coming out of the brightness like that kind of hurt my eyes. I don't remember seeing a field shovel there, but I also wasn't looking. Or on the ground. Hmm. You see that? It like went turbo mode on me. Man. And there's the construction site. And over there is one of the other large cities. Hmm. I might have to get closer to really see if there's any people there. I think I'm like way too far to actually render anything than just other than buildings. Honestly, the shots came from this way. I'm not really worried about going there. Although I did see the fact that I am hungry now. So eat this chocolate, a little piece of chocolate. And then start heading out. Although I was very tense in the Northwest Airfield, there were a lot less possible like attackers there, or I just like somehow went around them or whatever. It's just kind of like a. I expected there to be more shots and more things where I'm all like looking over my shoulder, you know, every 5 seconds or whatever, right? But not really. Not really at all. Kind of a little bit disappointing. But that's okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that that was just a non-normal time. I did hear a shot coming from this direction, I believe, so we're going to keep heading that way. Problem with all these trees that have they're like, you know, high up with their branches is I can see people probably just as quickly as they can see me, if not more quickly. Because I'm coming, well, I come from a hill. Maybe I can see them. Whatever. I don't know. I'm not good at PvP. All I know is that in Star Wars, there was a very famous quote. Don't be a stupid Anakin. I have the high ground. So, it's kind of become like stuck in my head that having the high ground means you have the upper hand. Maybe it's only with lightsabers. This has been a pretty decent run on Karma Crew. In the past, when I've tried to do stuff with Karma Crew, I had shot multiple times. I did beat somebody for a I took care of them for a helicopter crash. But I think I still died on that one because I was attacked by wolves soon after. Yeah, that's what happened. Gosh, I'm glad you gotta get your story straight. Oh no, it was crazy. It was crazy. I think a lot of things that happen on DayZ are crazy. Crazy fun. Crazy fun. Right? You guys let me know if you see anything, okay? It's just a stump. I'm counting on you. We're starting to come into, like, some gravel stuff. That's something I've always kind of wondered. Do movies get patrol guards right? Like, you know, most times they look like they're not really looking everywhere. There's a lot less, hey, watch your back, I'll watch my back kind of stuff. Hey, there's my favorite cabin. Well, maybe not my favorite. But I think it's the one I'm thinking of. I'm actually worried it's not. But this is near the dirt road. No, it's not. No. Alright, let's head towards the gunshots. I don't think I was looking at the right place. There's a whole tree line there, Dumpcraw. Why don't you use it? Yeah. I don't know what the neighbors are doing, but there's all that banging and clanging. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I was wondering if that was really the vibe, the place I was thinking of. Okay. So, yeah, it was. I was looking at the correct place. So, I headed enough west that I made it all the way to here. Because that's where the road comes from, is that the ski lodge stuff? Yeah. I'm being a little bit too comfortable doing this. All right, I'm trying to look for the road that we need to go to, honestly. So, where's the construction site? There's a crane. Want to go that way. All right. We'll run the tree line. We'll pop out. And hopefully, we won't get taken care of. Hmm. All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I'm definitely starting to slow down in my talking, and I need to keep talking, or at least engaging with you folks all the time. Um, Something I've just been trying to work on getting better at because um, gotta do stuff. You gotta be engaging, gotta talk. I always hear all of these self-help gurus for YouTubers and Twitchers and Twitchers, yeah, and all those people. Is every time I come into a small streamer and they're not talking, that's why I leave because they're not talking. I'm worried about that. I don't want to. I don't want to be there with a empty streamer who only cares when I'm suddenly show up. When I go there, I want to be able to see what they're doing and hear them talk about stuff and be engaged with them right away. Maybe they have a point. However, I also feel like rambling just to ramble is fine, but like it's exhausting. It really is. Like I'm looking forward to the days where I have more active people in chat. I love 330TT. I'm really happy the Moodus Firster said something. I have engaged with them and stuff too. So, who knows? In the future, I might have a lot more conversations with my viewers and just have an overall bit of fun. But I gotta keep, hopefully, listening to their sage advice and get used to talking a lot to myself and to possible other people watching. Now we're coming up on the town here, so I might not be as yammering as I was before. But let's go ahead and all I want to do is make it through this area to the best of my ability. And my client lagged a little bit, so I kind of have a feeling that we are entering into a player-driven area. There's a flag there. There is a infected. That infected triggered from quite a ways, but that was my fault for walking, for jogging through the area. I do hear cows nearby. That's nice. If I wasn't so worried there were players here, maybe I'd go get a steak or two. Oh, that little light there for a second made me think of a player. It looks like a player's there, but that's not really a player. It's just a illusion of my mind. I think this leads up to the place I want to go. You know what? I don't want to go there anymore. Let's have some fun. Let's see if we can find somebody to take care of. That was silly. It's not a really good vantage point, is it? All right. Hmm. Only one way in and one way out. How fun is that? I did hear a infected. Oh, I heard two. This is where I get shot by a player. Hopefully I can just sneak past him real quick and not have to spend too much time looking over my shoulder. All right. Here we go. Man, the shots are always so far from me. Thought I saw a glint of something. There's a construction site I was looking at earlier. Son of a punk. That looked like a ghillie for a second. Go up high real quick and see if we can get a better vantage point. I think I have to aim for the where his throat hits his chest plate. Not really seeing anything. Or anyone. I'm on Karma Crew, right? Like, I've waited in the queue and done all that other stuff. Am I really just that bad at finding PvP? I haven't been bad at finding PvP in the past, but most times I just got taken out. There's the cows. Should I climb up the crane and try to pop people from here? Alright, 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 come on. Just want to get in a little bit of PvP. I could make the gas station blow up, but I think that's such a common bait situation, nobody's going to go for it. Alright. That will happen. Be careful going up these things. Like if there was a bear trap like the one I found over in La Patina or whatever, that would have been bad. I could go up to the apartments to get a probably better view of the entire town, but I don't think that's going to be necessarily a good idea because everyone's going to know most times people are up there, actually. That's actually a good point. Maybe there's people up there already. I should watch myself. This is actually kind of a nice vantage point. Wait. No, it's just the LOD rendering. I remember people telling me there's some cool stuff here you can find. I do like the masks, but it's not one of the masks I would want. Wait, what's this? Oh, look at that. Sometimes you just gotta look. Sometimes you just have to look. I don't have a Winnie, but I wouldn't mind one. Hey, we got a Mad Monk. That's not nighttime. Look at them. Aren't they pretty? There you go. I made a bunch of noise, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows that's bait, but whatever. That's a tizzy. The gunshots I heard earlier were definitely somewhere within this area. That's the gas station. Wouldn't be surprised if they're the person's actually at the concrete garage. Right. I don't see them in the construction site. Could, or they might be flanking us. I guess that actually isn't a bad idea to do to us. We're busy looking at the gas station, and they have this wide open field in between me and them. They could have circled around already and got in position. Hmm. Looks look like a good-looking ladder there, but it's a broken one. Well, I don't see anything. I think my next point I'm gonna run to is that storage. Let me keep my eyes open. Didn't get shot at. Hmm. Maybe this guy's already moved on. Gotta make sure I don't get walked up on by somebody else. I wonder if you can actually shoot from there. I don't think you can. I think the distance is too great. I'm not really sure if this is a good move, but I'm gonna take it. Hmm. Right? Getting closer. Going into the construction site. It is either a stupid move on my part or a good one. Because he's not in there. I get the height on him. But that requires me to go there and get in there not noticed. Oh, there's a red barn here. They could be up in that. There are many vantage points here. I gotta be careful. None of this was a bad idea. Been playing too much on Battlefield 6. I was like assuming immediately I could peek over the corner. I heard footsteps. Hear a car. The guy who blew to get this gas station is the same guy who ambushed them. Pretty certain they got ambushed. Or the car drove past us, I don't know. I have too many scopes on my on my hotbar. It's making it hard to know which one's which. That's an infected. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anybody. Damn it, am I just too cautious? Like, I'm just missing the fights? What the heck? Like, I know I'm bad at PvP, but I've never been bad at finding PvP. Usually PvP finds me. I am so confused. Means with knee pads. Never fully understood the joke, but it's still funny. Let's make sure there's enough rounds in here, and we're gonna put you on 3. Are they fighting over there now? Son of a biscuit, that startled me. I thought it was a player who had come up on me and was attacking me. Not some freaking infected. Hmm. All right. So I've kind of now moved on from, like, cautiousness to just downright looking for a fight. And now I can't find the fights. Is everyone just out building stuff now? That door wasn't closed earlier. I was trying to go back down my site and forgot you click the middle button to do, middle mouse button to do so. Honest, I had fun with that. I had fun trying to bait people out and stuff. If I had been not shot and went into my scope, which probably was a bad idea to begin with, I think I could have won. However, folks, I think that is a beautiful time for us to say goodbye. Thank you guys very much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And overall, thank you for that. If you liked what you saw, give us a like and maybe even a subscribe. Or go through our various wide breadth of survival game content, as well as some of the DayZ one, and give us a like on the videos, and maybe one of the videos will make you subscribed. Thank you for watching the Two Beards and a Producer stream on DayZ. Karma Cruise servers, ta-ta for now.